Please have her help you. We're live. Smanga? We're good, we're live. Just it seems a bit slow.
The only thing is that this is coming. Oh yes, understand.
Yeah, it's fine.
So, you know, so I just wanted to check if the audio recording down is live, is going. It's live, because I'm about to start.
Sanibonani. Ayibonga, sanibonani. Dumelani. Hello. Hi, beautiful people. My name is Kopano Tuyana Maruka. I will be the hostess with the mostest today for y'all for this event. There's some folks that are still making their way slowly. We're all waking up together, so it's soft. When you're ready, if you've got food with you, I think it's okay to bring it this side. So don't be afraid. You can join us. Yes, I'm talking to you. Don't be shy. You can join us. But also just to let y'all know that there will be people coming through as we're going through, as we're talking. We're waking up together. We keep it really soft as we do. But to reiterate, my name is Kobano Maruka. I'm a performance artist, I'm a writer, a culture worker, and I was invited by Xaba and Noma Pakade to MC, to spine, to hold the space of queering the gaze, which has been a beautiful honor. And today we're here to discuss the first series of Queering the Gaze, which is The Shelf. Discussions of fiction, non-fiction, poetry, and academic writing, while we unpack how writing, reading, and canonization are classed, gendered, requiring queer communities to interrogate our internal stratifications to build true solidarity. Personally, I'm looking really forward to how we will unpack all of that meat together. But before we do so, we have an important word to hear from Lesedi Shubane from the British Council. So I'd like to give the word over to Lesedi. And please give them a warm welcome.
Good morning, folks. Morning. I feel like now there's pressure for my important work. My name is Lesedi Shubane, and I'm with the British Council's arts team in South Africa. For those who don't know, the British Council is a cultural engagement here in South Africa, working across English, sports, science, education, and of course the arts. So really, we designed this program, Queering the Gaze, to recognize and celebrate the rich, diverse narratives in South African art. The project sits within our program called Culture Response to Shared Global Challenges, which really recognizes the arts and culture as a key driver for sustainable development and wants to support the artists and organizations who are working in those spaces. So I'm not going to take up a lot of your time. We're really not here to listen to me, but I really wanted to just thank Xaba and Noma Pakade for their fierce vision and leadership. For Bag Factory, the iconic Bag Factory, we're really honored to be in partnership with you all. And then of course to some of my colleagues, my former and current colleagues at the British Council, Vicky Lekone, Obaking Serole, and Grace Meadows for a lot of their behind the scenes work and leadership in bringing this to life. And that's all from me. But thank you very much, and I hope I'll see you this week, of course this weekend, and the upcoming ones.
Many thanks, many thanks. So today we're going to be hearing from quite some people. We have two panels lined up. We have some amazing food that is going to be served for lunch. I don't know what's on the menu. All I know is that Noma said it's amazing, and I believe anything that Noma says. So I think we can confirm that, as I should. Thank you very much. Before we get into the meat and potatoes, I also just want to take a moment to ground us, to take a deep inhalation, and try and arrive in the space. There's a lot going on in Joburg CBD. There's kuning. And as we know, also in our lives, kuning. So if we can just take a moment to ground in a deep breath together, in for 4, 2, 4, hold for 4, 2, 3, 4, release for 4, 2, 3, 4, and in for 4, 2, 3, 4, hold for 4, 2, 3, 4, out for 4, 2, 3, 4. Last time, in for 4, 2, 3, 4, out for 4, 2, 3, 4, hold back for 4, 2, 3, 4. I want to take a moment to acknowledge not only our own collective suffering, whether it's queer people, whether it's South Africans, whether it's Black people, whether it's women, whether it's unidentified folk, but to link the struggles that we may have personally with the struggles that are taking place in the world. Here, we think about Braamfontein, Congo, Sudan, Palestine, Tigray, etc., etc. And I would like to say a prayer that is from Starhawk, who's a renowned pagan witch priestess, founder of the Reclaiming movement, a goddess worship culture. And this prayer is for one who has died violently or in great distress. After I say the prayer, I'd like to also light a candle as an acknowledgement of the lives that are coming into the world, the lives that are leaving the world, and also as a way to try and energetically seal the space that we will share together, or we try to hold our collective grief, and hopefully in the holding of that collective grief, find the underside or overside of that grief, which is also our collective joy. Khalil Gibran says that beautiful thing about your sorrow is your joy. And with that thinking, I'd like to offer that this prayer. Mother of healing, help us to believe in the place where wounds can heal. Mother of weaving, show us that what has been torn can never be mended. The worst has happened. How can we believe again in hope, love, kindness? Palestine, 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 Sudan, 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 Congo, 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 Stephen, 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 Stephen. Boatmen, ferrymen, she has had a rough crossing. Carry her gently. Comfort her, mother. In the warm arms of night, rock her to sleep. And by our rage, mother of justice, justice be done. Amen. Amen. Aho. Ashe. Amen. So would it be. And so it is. Thank you. We have an esteemed panelist, keynote speaker in front of us today. The radiant, magnificent, historic. Xaba is an award-winning South African anthologist and short story writer. She most recently published the Zulu translation of Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth with Pakade Press. Her most recent edited volume, Our Word, Our Words, Writing on Black South African Women Poets, 2000 to 2018, was hailed as an incident classic and was a co-winner of the 2021 Human Social Sciences Award. She's also an essayist, poet, and an editor of anthologies across genres. In 2021, she was appointed as an associate professor of practice in the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Johannesburg, based at the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Studies. In 2022, she was conferred a Doctor of Law honoris causa by Rhodes University. Anna's experience before turning to writing was working in the philanthropy sector, supporting the SA health sector. And prior to this, she worked as a women's health specialist and queer rights advocate for national and international NGOs such as IPAS, the Women's Health Project, and the Gay Lesbian Archive. She has facilitated workshops for CSOs like the Her Rights Initiative and Public Service International, and sat on the committee of Gender Equality Advisory Committee. She is an OSCE veteran and trained journalist. Initially, she trained as a general nurse, midwife, and psychiatric nurse. Xaba is an author of 4 collections of poetry, These Hands, 2005 and 2017, Tongues of Their Mothers, 2008, The Alkalinity of Bottled Water, 2019, and The Art of Waiting for Tales, Found Poetry for Grace, a novel, 2021. She has served as a judge for numerous poetry competitions, most recently the 2021 Brunel International African Poetry Prize. Her poetry has been translated into 6 languages, is anthologized internationally, and has been taught at South African universities. Her short story, Running and Other Stories, has been analyzed in literary and academic journals and pieces. and is taught at more than 5 South African universities. Universities abroad such as Rutgers, Hawaii University, and Hebrew University of Jerusalem, to name a few. Xaba has co-edited 3 short story anthologies on the theme of being queer in Africa in 2013, 2018, and 2019. Xaba's long-term project is towards a biography of Helen Montando, known Xaba, and to this end, she has written biographical fragments and essays on them. In 2022, Xaba co-edited a volume with Belizizwe Peterson and Kwezi Kiza titled Foundational African Writers, Peter Abrahams, Noni Jabavu, Sibusiso Nyembezi, and Skia Mapahe. And in 2023, she introduced with Atambile Masola, Noni Jabavu, A Stranger at Home, a compilation of columns written for the Dispatch newspaper in 1997. Without further ado, can you give a warm welcome to
Thank you for that introduction. Noguchi, today will be a day of nourishment for the soul, for the body, and for the broader self. So I asked Nala, Xaba, and Noma Pakade, the conveners of this event, what I should really talk about. So based on their ideas, I have titled this talk, The Shelf, the Gaze, the Politics. I hope then that they will meet, that this talk will meet their expectations. In 1993, I reconnected with somebody I had last seen in the 1980s, the years of our activism within the United Democratic Front. I held him in high esteem. He was a leader in the Christian community. He was a minister in the Methodist Church. And for me, as someone who was not a Christian, it was very pleasing as a surprise to see Christians being that engaged within the anti-apartheid struggle. This comrade was at least 10 years older than me. He lived in Durban. I was in Pietermaritzburg. So when we bumped into each other in Johannesburg, we were both excited. And he said that he would visit me as one of the things I had shared. I now have a daughter, Nala Xaba. So I was living in a bachelor flat in Berea, and on the day of his visit, I was really looking to our reconnecting and going back to those days gone by. Nala was just a year old then, and she was lying peacefully on the queen bed that we shared when this comrade arrived. As we all do, I offered him some tea. It was his choice. Coffee was also offered. And as I stepped out of the kitchen to come into this bachelor space, as they called them then, the first thing he says is, "You have a bookshelf full of books, but you don't have a sofa for your visitors." He was sitting on a beanbag. I had 3 of them. In this lounge cum bedroom space, there was a queen bed, a small bookshelf, and 3 black beanbags. I stood there as I took in his comment. You have a bookshelf full of books, but you don't have a sofa for your visitors. 3 decades later, when people visit my home, the first question they often ask is, have you read all these books? Now, these are the questions that people ask. People have asked me while gazing at my bookshelves. And what these two examples illustrate is that the gaze is always contextual, it's always informed, not only by who the person is, but what they hold as ideas and opinions and their politics, the politics that they ascribe to. So I thought I could just read a poem that I wrote in 2006 when I was invited by the Library Association of South Africa to write a poem to read at their annual event. I called it To My Librarian, and it was published in this book in 2008. The book you now know as Tongues of Their Mothers. Bones, gifts, under the tongue, Mampela Rampela. Call me woman, Muhudi, woman at point. No sweetness here. Seeing voices, hearing visions, nervous conditions. Things fall apart, and they didn't die. The shadow of Imana, the black insider, the famished road, the wrath of the ancestors, the quiet violence of dreams, the screaming of the innocent. Weep not, child, love, child. These things happen. When rain clouds gather, head above water, desperate, never been at home. Muriel at Metropolitan, juggling truths, living, loving, and lying awake at night. Their lives mosaic. So long a letter, I write what I like. Blame me on history. Petals of blood, flames of fury, soul fire. Gods of our time, the emperor, underground people, it all begins differently each time, drawn in color, on covers, titles, authors' names, publishers, ISBN numbers. My librarian knows it all. I watch her smile, wish I could read her mind. Her voice never high, her searches have results. If not what I wanted, an even better suggestion. Oh, Menjalo, my librarian. Oh, if I could sing. Oh, gifts under the tongue. Mampela, Mampela. Booty, woman at 0.0. It all begins differently each time. My librarian opened doors to books I have known and books I have loved, to worlds I never knew and worlds I wish I knew. At each encounter, these hands receive and say, my librarian, this way I salute you in our lifetime. The enduring gaze at my bookshelves inspired this playfulness that resulted in this poem, written over many, many hours of one night. By the time the poem felt done, there was no space on the floor of my bedroom because the books had left their home, the shelf, and were lying all over the floor. 10 years later, I'm invited to give a talk at one university, after which I was asked to speak with literature students. The lecturer who invited me to talk to her students, told me that she had used this poem to curate an African literature course. But she was a little bit frustrated because her students were not very happy with the course. And so she was hoping that I would inspire them. I have never forgotten the loud message I took away from meeting the students. They told me that they didn't like African literature because it's too painful to read about their lives. Some of them even said that they prefer European literature at us. Even when there's pain and suffering in those novels, they can live with it because it's not their lives. They're not reminded of their lives. I remember others saying that it's even better to read the Bible because it's inspirational. I really had great empathy with the lecturer at that point. What surprised me with this encounter then is that in my first 3 years of high school, this is 1971, 72, 73, the library had so few books that were written by Black people in my mother tongue, isiZulu. I finished reading all of them within the first semester of my first year of high school. So I have lived long enough to have not only watched the dramatic changes in literature and our personal shelves and those of bookstores, but to also to changing these shelves. In 2013, Matro, an imprint of the Gay and Lesbian Archive, Xaba as it was called, published Queer Africa, New and Collected Fiction. I co-edited this book of short stories with Karen Martin. I had worked on this book as a volunteer. I was not paid. A year later, in 2014, the book won an award that I had never even heard of at the time, the Lambda Awards that are out of New York in the category Anthology Fiction. We learned then that Queer Africa, New and Collected Fiction was the very first book from the African continent to win a Lambda Award. This was the 26th year of the Lambda Awards. Then I worked as a writer at the Gay and Lesbian Archive from July 2014 to the end of September 2019. My sole responsibility was changing the shelves. I worked on 5 books that I will now talk about briefly. The first was Queer Africa 2, New Stories. It came out in 2017 and was shortlisted for the Lambda, but it didn't win. And then there was a pleasant surprise. We were approached by the New Internationalist, a publisher based at Oxford, to put together the best stories that we selected from Queer Africa 1 and Queer Africa 2. That's how Queer Africa Selected Stories was birthed. Now, what I've talked about is books of fiction. Now, let me move to a different genre. The anthology, Proudly Malawian, Life Stories from Lesbian and Gender Non-Conforming Individuals, was published again by Matola Books in 2016. What's interesting about this book is the background story. I had just started at Xaba, as I said, in July. And Anthony Mannion, the director at the time, handed me pages and pages of interview transcripts. He told me that a scholar from the USA had interviewed female-bodied individuals a year or 2 earlier and had on these interviews. So he asked me to read the interviews and then start working on the book. After reading the interviews, I told him that I was not prepared to write a book based on such interviews. I explained to him that the interviews were not holistic. The gaze of the interviewer was on pain, victimization, oppression, being different, being a problem, shame, etc., etc. And then Anthony asked, so what are you going to do with us? How are you going to solve the problem? And I said, I am going to design a writing workshop. I'm going to go to Malawi. I will facilitate the workshop and afterwards work with the individuals in drafting their personal essays, giving them feedback, and then preparing a book for publication. Anthony said, you can do that? I said, of course. And that's what I did. In September of 2014, I facilitated a 3-day writing workshop in Chipoka, Malawi. Unlike being interviewed as an individual by a scholar researcher from the USA, the people who came together were there as a group. They felt like community. And that matters. I was deliberate about using facilitation methods that helped them to hold the group together in those 3 days. The writing exercises I designed were focused on individuals as wholesome beings with life stories, ideas, opinions, feelings, families, agency. I cannot overstate the word wholesomeness. The exercises I used were creative, playful, while being feminist, political, wide-ranging. Put differently, I did not focus on their queerness. I focused on their personhood. Let me read part of the book, which is the back cover blurb that was written by the now Professor Zethu Matileni, whom I believe will be giving a keynote in this series. She says, by bringing together personal reflections, letters, poems, drawings, all of which are filled with love, intimacy, desire, the collection humanizes very real challenges facing lesbian, bisexual, and gender non-conforming Malawians. This book is highly recommended for readers interested in what it means to be LGBTI, to be an LGBTI person in Africa, close quotes. It's important to remember that no one amongst these workshop participants had ever written something about their lives, let alone having their lives told in the book form. And some of them didn't even have shelves to place their own copies on. All but one had used pseudonyms and were deliberate about not showing their faces on the photographs that we used. I chose some 3 pages. What do I do? Yeah, the markers, just show the photographs. Yeah. Whichever, as long as we show all of them. The point is, that's how we worked with the photographs. We had a photographer that was paid, but it was important for people to feel safe. Show the other one, please. And the third one. So that's what we did. And the book lives on, and I'm glad it's on the shelves outside. Thank you. The next book is on another genre, poetry, that I ended up calling Like the Untouchable Wind, an anthology of poems. It's a product of a writing workshop that I conceptualized, designed, and facilitated in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe in October of 2015. For this group, we worked over 5 days, and 2 of the 5 days were focused on poetry, while the rest were on life stories. But when the time came for funding, the money to publish, the money that was available, we could only use to publish poetry. That's why we end up with a slim volume. The other 3 days are hopefully sitting in the archive there and at the Gala archives. From the 12 participants, only 7 committed to working with me after the workshop. The book came out in 2016, and I got the title from one of the lines of a poem written by one of the participants, Ibizile Maseko. The story I like to tell over and over again about this slim volume is a story that I was told by Nombulelo Mandoko, who was the director of the Sexual Rights Center at the time in Bulawayo. And that's the organization that Gala was working with at that time. We were at a book fair in Cape Town, and we sat on the same panel. And this is the story that Nombulelo told. When the box of these books arrived in their office, they sat in a circle, and she passed on the copies. And there was silence. Everyone seemed to have suddenly become speechless. Some held their copy, paged through it because they had not really believed me rather, when I said the book would be a product, even though some of them had actually worked with me after the workshop. Others, as Nombulelo told me, just put their copy on their laps and just gazed at it in utter disbelief as silence reigned. After a long silence, somebody started crying, and then others followed. That then was the intensity of the emotions that the book, the physical book, produced. Again, the majority of the people in that workshop had never published anything. Some of them had never even written a poem in their entire lives. Some of them, again, didn't even have a bookshelf to put this slim volume on. So here was a book that had come from an experience that they wanted to trust but couldn't quite trust. I remember as I was leaving there, some of them would come to me privately and say, "Are you sure there'll be a book?" So I'd like to read a poem written by Blue that I decided would open the book. She called it Fixation. I woke up with bloodshot eyes, tremors, a dry mouth, slurred speech, cravings, and impaired coordination. It's your thighs, your lips, your calves, your hips, your hair. Did I mention your lips? Because you're my fixation, my craving, my bad habit, my compulsion, my don'ts, the itch I want not, will not, cannot scratch, my fixation. It's your thighs, your lips, your calves, your hips, your hair. Did I mention your lips? my nicotine, my caffeine, my cannabis, my hashish, the itch I cannot scratch, my ambrosia, the quintessence of me. It was just a writing workshop. Now, let me move to publishing, the politics of publishing in South Africa. I've already shared the fact that for the Bulawayo project, there wasn't enough money to publish a much book as per the 5 days of the workshop. This was a big disappointment on my part. What I didn't know then was that there would be further disappointments during my stay at Ghana. So after these 3 books, Queer Africa 2, Proudly Malawian, and Like the Untouchable Wind, I began working on 2 additional books as per my director, Anthony Menyon, whom I mentioned earlier, and of course, the approval of the board, the Ghana board. The first book was meant to mark the 20 years of Ghana. I conducted the research, interviewed people, commissioned individual essays by people who had worked at Ghana, and those who were related to Ghana in one way or the other, read and commented on them, commissioned an editor and a layout designer. And then as the editing and the draft design layout were in progress, I was told that the board had decided to halt the project as there was no money to publish the book. And that the book would instead be published online. The other project was similar to the Proudly Malawian book project. This time I was working with a group of lesbians in Mpumalanga. Again, a full-on 5-day writing workshop, but as the manuscript was close to being finished and ready, and I was finalizing the edits, preparing to go to print, I was told there was no money and that the book would be published online. My job ended then. The manuscripts of both books now live in an archive at Ghana. And the last time I checked, the books had not been published online as promised. And I must confess that I stopped checking 4 years ago. I was far too emotional. Checking this for me was just too much. So it would be a pleasant surprise, maybe, to learn that they're now online. So this is just an example of the complicated publishing industry in South Africa, which is dominated by white people till this day, sadly. Yes, publishing is a very expensive undertaking. Publishing as an industry lives inside the politics of capitalism, the politics of our past, apartheid. Why has the growth of publishing houses owned and led by Black people been so slow? Why? The answer people have given me when I ask this question has been, because Blacks don't read. Now we know that that's not true, okay? I don't have to share the information that Ilanga Lasenatali has lasted for over 100 years. If Black people didn't read, how would a newspaper last for over a century? The newspaper was founded in 1903, and it was not the first. Some of the newspapers had been founded in the 19th century. Who knows when the first translation of the Bible happened? 1837. 3 chapters of the Bible. Do you call them chapters of the Bible? Genesis and two sons. They came out in 1837 in the Zulu, and then in 1883, the full version of the Bible in the Zulu came out. Because people read. And yes, I'm focusing on Zulu here because that's the research I have done. And yes, I know that translation of the Bible was part of the project of colonialism, Christianity, capitalism, the three C's that work very beautifully together. And yeah, but that's a topic for a different time. I wanted to touch on this because it's important for me to share evidence that we read. So whenever I have an opportunity, I tell people that we read. And there is evidence. We've been reading for the longest time. So how then does queerness continue to live in books, on bookshelves, inside of this politics of publishing? How does writing, libraries, bookstores, book clubs, writing festivals, conferences, and events engage with queerness and the intersectionality of it that it also brings? Now, I know that the next panel will be dealing with these issues, so I won't go very far. While we can argue that queerness can be made more visible through books, visibility also has its pitfalls. Now, I'd like here, with my proud tone of voice, to quote my daughter, Noma, as we were discussing and preparing for this, and she sent me this message on WhatsApp. And I'm quoting her because I couldn't have said it better, right? And yes, I got permission from her to quote her. Exactly. The pitfalls of visibility. Visibility is often assumed, open quotes, the pitfalls of visibility. Visibility is often assumed to be a net good for marginalized communities because representation normalizes us, dampens stigma, etc. But visibility is still a very dangerous proposition for some. And even when it's dangerous per se, we still fall into traps of homo nationalism, pink washing. Now, I don't know what pink washing means. I'm hoping to learn more about the term as the discussion continues today. So let me reread that sentence. And even when it's dangerous per se, we still fall into traps of homo nationalism, pink washing, tokenism, etc., where gestures of inclusivity overshadow and obscure the real work that needs to be done. Sometimes even absorbing the powers that be entirely. Need I say more? Let me paraphrase then in a summary, which is, while visibility is desirable for queerness, it may sometimes simultaneously invite a gaze that is dangerous for the queer body. And I am now reminded here of two situations that made this point so clear. Not that I doubted it before, but it was while working on Queer Africa 2. One of the Nigerian contributors told me that he was forced by staff at the post office to open his parcel when he received a copy of Queer Africa that I had sent. And that didn't end well because he had to bribe the people at the post office so he could get his parcel and go back home with a book that had his short story. So he emailed me to tell me about the danger that a parcel had put him in. Similarly, the box carrying copies of Like the Untouchable Will had spent a whole month at the post office in Bulawayo. And Nomulelo and her team had to find a lawyer to release the box that by now had been moved from the post office to the police station. Luckily, the story ended well. Such is the precarity of queer visibility. Now, history has taught us about the dangers of the book. There are numerous stories on banned books. But I must confess that I was not prepared for these two stories that I had shared. Those cases of queer book-centric hypervisibility turned dangerous because of the days at a post office. The politics of it all. One of Noma's suggestions for this talk was to end with an inspiring call for emerging writers. And my call is always the same. Read, 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 read books. In closing, I'd like to return to the shelf by reading a poem that I called My Book. My book has never been too tired to go to bed with me. It never has a headache or needs downtime to discuss the day. It never says, please, not now, I'm not in the mood. In fact, my book seduces me with its spine that beckons from the shelf, yearning for my touch. When I reach out to hold it between my fingers, it eases into them, slides into my palm, yields to my gaze. With tenderness, it lays its pages bare for me and speaks words that carry me through waves of emotions. When my eyes won't open and I am spent, it rests right next to me, ready for the next round. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Can we get another hand? I know what's wrong with that. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. Lala, you can spank me afterwards, but I'm a bit wet. Okay, that was a bit, that was hot. Okay, someone said hot over there, and I wanted to be like, whoa! that was hot. Thank you so much. But I mean, I think it's important just to acknowledge and appreciate like the erotics of sharing language, of emptying ourselves into one another through the tongue, if we can think about it in that way. So thank you for making very alive for us the erotics of literature. Some housekeeping and reminders. So number one, if I do not fix in the beginning the toilets, they're just there at the entrance. If you pass the kind of desk situation, the registration desk, they're to your right. Just so you're aware of where the toilets are, do what you need to do when you need to do it. There are refreshments at the front. This is not class, no need to ask to go anywhere, just do what you need to do, get your water, get your coffee, etc., etc. Secondly, at the end of today at about 3:30, we have an open mic, right? So we will close the space, we'll close the day, and then we'll open the mic space. And just for your knowledge, if you want to contribute something, you're very, very welcome to. If you feel a bit shy, that's okay. We have a Slido, and I'm going to speak about this a bit later. But basically, If you're a bit shy to contribute something, but would still like something to be read in the open mic, I'm very happy to read that on your behalf. You can either come directly to me or you can submit it through the Slido. Yeah, the Slido, what am I talking about? So we have these little QR codes on our lanyards. And if you scan that QR code with your phone, and you tap the link, it will take you to a site where you can put in questions, for example. So if you have questions during the panel discussion that we're about to have, that is a place where you can enter those questions. It obviously depends on how it is that the moderator would like to hold the space. So if the moderator makes space for a Q&A, it will be possible to ask questions live from the audience or through the slide when I will bring those forward. If the moderator is not working with Q&A, that's super chill. It's still a place that you can put those questions and you can find a way to engage with them later in the program. But what I was saying before, if you're feeling a bit scam about sharing your poem or whatever, you can put it directly into the Slido and I will read it for you during the open mic. And don't feel shy because Noma is going to also contribute something, but it's like an erotic short story and she's feeling a bit shy. So I'll read it on her behalf. So you're not alone, right? So if you're feeling a bit, don't worry about it. It's okay. I'll hold each other nice and close. Third thing, there are books for sales from me. George, there are books for sales. There are books for sale from the panelists. They're available just around the corner. You probably saw them. Some of the panelists don't have their books on sale, but this is an independent bookstore, so please holler at the Forge and be like, yo, for example, I want my Noma Alice, everything is empty flower because there's not even one copy left. It's sold out at the Forge, of course, naturally. You see, some people have the site, right? But if you also want to be part of the cool kid gang and you want to order my Noma Alice collection, you can definitely holler at them at the Forge. But any of the books, that too. Loki. So if there are any books that you're interested in and they're not on sale, please don't be shy. Let's support our independent booksellers as much as possible. And lastly, is there any last thing? Yeah, that's everything. So on that note, I want to invite our moderator and our next panelists. I'm assuming that the folks at the back will for those folks. So while you're doing that, I would like to introduce our moderator, Danai Mubotsa. Associate Professor Danai S. Mubotsa teaches in the Department of African Literature at the University of Witwatersrand. Spans gender and sexualities, Black intellectual traditions and histories, intimacy and affect, and feminist pedagogies. As a scholar, poet, editor, and curator, her work is firmly rooted in feminist and Black radical thought, with an emphasis on collaborative and creative methodologies. Danai curated the Johannesburg iteration of Power Talks in 2022. The program, framed under the title Repair, resisted notions of closure or resolution and instead foregrounded the non-reparative and provisional gestures that cultural producers enact in their engagements with the city of Johannesburg. Through layered orientations to time, space, and practice, Power Talks explored the interplay between conscious and unconscious attachments to the city, offering multiple, often fragmentary forms of relation to history, grief, and creative praxis. The project highlighted the intimate and material entanglements between cultural production and the city's complex legacies of power, value, and dispossession. She has edited several significant works, including COVID-19, Intimacies of Pandemics with Agenda in 2021, with Moshibudu Motimel, a special issue of GLQ, a journal of lesbian and gay studies titled Time Out of Joint, the Queer and the Customary in Africa, with Neville Hode and Kurt Philip, and Black transnational feminisms, and the Question of Structure, co-edited with Lynn Awesome and Martin Kompo by Agenda in 2023. Additionally, Danai contributed to the production of IDS Working Paper 576 in 2022, contextualizing feeling justice as a feminist organizing framework in Africa, through a collaboration with Urgent Action Fund of African Feminist Republic. As a poet, Danai's debut collection, Feeling and Ugly, published in 2018, has received wide acclaim and was later translated into Portuguese as Feo e Bogi, 2020, by Editora Quinto Zero. She has performed her work on notable stages such as the Poetas de Alma Festival Internacional de Poesia y Artes Performativas in Maputo and the Poetry Africa Festival 2021. Danai's role in South Africa's literary landscape is further highlighted by her recent interview with Xaba for the Johannesburg Review of Books. The series also features poets Mano Mohammed and Nongina Rancho, Please give a warm round of applause for Danai. I also can do that. Yeah, fantastic. Queerness in action. So to introduce our other two panelists, Noma is a South African editor, feminist, writer, and poet. They have been longlisted twice for the Salt-like European Union Poetry Anthology Award, and their debut collection of poetry, Everything is a Gently Flower, was published by Xaba Press in September 2019. The collection was shortlisted for the Ingrid Jonker Poetry Prize, later winning the 2020 Glenna Luce Prize for African Poetry. Oh, that's right. They currently serve as a research associate at the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Study at the University of Johannesburg. Let's give a warm welcome to Manuale. And last but not least, Thokozan. Bangile Khancho is a poet, healer, teaching artist, and co-founder of the feminist publishing house, Xaba Press. She is the author of two poetry collections, Red Cotton in 2018, Undressing in Front of the Window 2015, and the 2025 editor of New Corn Poetry Journal. Khancho holds an MA in creative writing from the university currently known as Rhodes, and has taught at several universities in South Africa and the USA. Her work has been published in various publications, including New Daughters of Africa in 2019, and Wild Imperfections, an anthology of women's poems. She is deeply involved in projects that encourage Black feminine visibility and healing, including Utula, a creative writing resistance to gender-based violence, and Small Girl Rising, connecting the divine Black feminine, International Poetry Healing Initiative. Please give a very warm round of applause for Bangile. And I'm out.
Thank you so much. You gave me the running up. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm going to start with deep gratitude to share the stage with two people who I have abundance of admiration and gratitude, and it's a privilege. I wanted also in line as I'm hoping that so I think sometimes poems do the speaking to, but I also wanted to bring in the classroom as part of it. So people who are here also are people who are actually studying Manuel's collection from Monday, of course. In fact, many of the persons speaking today and working towards our set works in a very ordinary way without a kind of exceptional. This is the foundational aspects of the discipline in the department I work for. So it's an wonderful one, including that Queer Africa not being published is, that's been set work since its publication. My undergraduate curriculum, so that probably needs to be changed. To follow what you're saying, that we find these relevant for books, these are set works. So I want to say I've earned the incredible privilege of teaching the work that comes out of this room, and I'm going to take that and then the privilege of being and speaking with you. So I want to start with that. In terms of, for me, the question of visibility has many directions it can take. The more wants to foreground and increase the kind of what it looks like with films, documentaries, novels, short stories, memoirs, a wide range of genres, and they all have what they can bring to that question. I think poetry brings something that's very specific in terms of its language. Its premise, Zukun's later called it closed procedure, in terms of what it brackets and what it offers. So I just really, openly want to hear, to speak, or to engage what it means in terms of what it is about the method of poetry that begins to engage this question with the language of visibility. How's it? This is such a beautiful question, and also just such a, I feel privileged just to be up here. So, it's and giants and deep loves and planets. The question of visibility for me is like a strange one. It always feels, it almost feels stale at the point now, because it's like the privilege of kind of showing up. And I was able to read a really fantastic, like talking about reading and how important it is. I'm a reader, like I'm a slut for theory. I love philosophy. And I recently read a book called Queer Silence by J. Logan Smilges, who's also a friend, who teaches at my alma mater at the University of British Columbia. And they were really, their work is very foundational in shifting this idea of visibility, because they operate in silence. They're really thinking about the spaces where we don't see and we don't hear, and the people that fall in between the cracks, for example, around this idea of visibility. That when we do see, we only look in very specific directions. When we do listen, we only look, and then when we listen, we only know how to listen in very specific ways. So I'm learning now and reorienting myself to think about silences, and silences in the archive, silences in the research, silences in my communities, silences, my own silences, and not just silences that are caused by trauma, not just excavated by pain and violence, but silences that are also full of agency. Jay has an entire chapter on Grindr, and the blank squares, like the people that we don't get to see, and the decision, and that all bodies signify in what they call the rhetorical matrix, because trans norms, But I think it's, yeah, I'm really now trying to attune myself in learning silence and me, and not just from a space of lack. That silence in itself can be full and rich and warm and complicated and full of agency, especially when it comes to Black people. Yes, and then just a quick correction. Thank you. So, when Mamu Dr. Makwesa Zonatano was speaking, she was saying that she wouldn't engage with the interviews because they weren't holistic. And she wanted a more holistic look at people. And I think that for me, when we talk about queerness, more often than not, we talk about it in line with gender or sexual orientation, and not as a way of living and a way of being, of fluidity. So recently I was asked to contribute to a book on craft making and essays. And they asked me to write about queerness, queer writing, or queer writing. So basically I said I would write an essay, queer writing. And then when I sent my synopsis or my abstract, they were like, what the hell is this? Can you just speak a bit more about it? And I said that I'm not going to tell you writing queerness. I'm going to write an essay that is queer. And in writing this essay, I came across a lot of challenges, because now I'm writing about my creative process, but I can't think about my creative process without thinking about the fact that I'm Black, I'm Xhosa, I'm woman, I'm spiritual, I'm a mother, I'm so many things. I'm a daughter,
And I bring all of these things to the classroom, to my writing, to my work. And I think of queerness as a fluidity, a blending of, because even in thinking about how I love, I don't love in isolated silence. I don't say, I love Janelle because she has beautiful eyes. You know, I love the human being that you are. And the human being that you are comprises of so many parts of the work that you do, the way you show up, and the way sometimes you don't show up. Yeah, because that's part of who you are. And so in writing this essay, okay, oh great, this sounds great. They love it. And then all of a sudden they're like, can you translate the Xhosa part? So I'm like, no. And they're like, but you know, we wanted to have an internet. I'm like, Google Translate exists. It'll be fine, it'll be okay. And then we have this intense conversation about translation and what it means to not be, you know, when Toni Morrison talks about the center and moving the center, shifting the center. And I think that, I think about all of these, and I know I sound long-winded, but I say all of this to say that in fighting for the right to be fluid, to not be isolated particles, I think about what a gaze, like if you look at me and you only look at me through a crystal, you miss most of me. And I am always hungry for literature and spaces where human is allowed to be human, life is allowed to be life, holistically. I mean, I can decide for myself which part I want to devour. Jumping straight with that. And now that we're talking about water and fluidity and all of that, it really made me think about this passage. Akane's fantastic book, Baby Boys Blues. Firstly, like, I mean, this book landed in my lap exactly when I needed it, because I mean, my first book is a frank examination of sexual violence as a survivor of sexual violence, and I felt really alone for a really long time, and I felt that I didn't even know how to enter into the conversation. And then Akane wrote this book, which was just this delicious novel, all about the fractured and fracturing ways of trying to heal and understand sexual violence. And the protagonist is a very precocious, very verbose, very manual-coded, I would say, gay man called David, and it's set in Nakane's hometown in the Eastern Cape in Alice. And the section like hit me in the chest like a ton of bricks, but it was all about water, and it changed my life, and it opens the first section of my book. And Nakane writes, thoughts are like opposing currents meeting. On paper, I wish to write clearly and plainly about the havoc that has been wreaked on me. I had planned to say my body instead of me, but at that moment, I realized how all-encompassing that event was. It is a wide, it is an ocean and not, it is some unknowable, expansive tundra and no way to hide. Like, you know? Yeah.
I had too many points, but I've got multiple competing agendas. I'm thinking with what both of you wrote is also about our point of address. I've started, you know, recent while ago, be like, oh, I wasn't speaking to you, and someone is like, oh, this doesn't make sense, and I'm like, oh, no, I'm speaking to you. That doesn't always work, but I think I answered it in terms of being that wanting to say, oh, I'll find a different point of address, because not everything will be for everyone. And that's some kind of intention. But also that there's multiple valences to what comes forward from every single thing. I'm thinking your title or the title poem of when I read that with say students, what comes from the variance of it has a very different connotation in terms of how its impact on 18, 19-year-olds who are seeing themselves in a certain way for the first time through that poem. Versus when the subtitle of the interview that we did, when we talk about how one does this work of representation, that its valence occupies a different, it's a different point of address, a different set of intentions. So there could be multiple valences in the same set of times. So I guess to come back to that question of time, and so there's, maybe this is not working. Okay, here we go. I'm like, made it through. So sometimes, I'm like, they came to, so for instance, sometimes when I'm like presenting, like, I have this tendency, people do words, and then the words they're saying are the same words on the and which is fine. It's just not my genre. So often there'll be like multiple things connecting because there's always multiple things going on inside my brain. But they do come together partly because I the fear of a singularity of meaning for me, or pinning down. So often I will also just have your words sometimes, and they're deep intentional. They're there for a purpose. They're part of the architecture of it. But there's two I want to bring to the room that are always there. The audience is like, how do we reach you? And I'm like, oh, then I wasn't talking to you. So my girlfriend hates penetration. Her fingers are always careful not to go too deep into it. When I go down on her, I never want her it while rubbing the rim of her vagina with a pink vibrating egg. When she raises her pelvis, I slip it in. I can feel her grip tightly as I try to slip my fingers out. This is the first time I dared to enter her walls. And then to come back to it, and of course I'm really taking this title because of what it means to this process, breathing underwater. I'm told my grandmother was a woman of the spirit, that the wind carried her off a cliff, plunging straight into the water where I was born, wrapped in skin and snake. I stayed underwater for 60 days before I met my mother in a burning hut on the mountain. She could enter only to fetch me and put me down, was allowed only to feed me, then turn me to the fire. I'm told my lungs are made of water, but a snake will overrun my spine and I carry hives of bees inside my breasts. They say when a girl becomes a woman, she must leave her mother's house, not be afraid of the wind and the cliff. She must learn to trust her breath in the water. Mama and I have never truly trusted. The God of someone's God has always kept us apart. Her and her prayers, me and the water. So, tongues. Tongues.
Oh yeah. Firstly, like I've been thinking a lot about opacity, like the right to be opaque. Like there's this sexy thing in Black studies about, the right to be opaque, the right to not be understood, the right to say a thing with one back to you. And in the hopes to articulate something without that expectation to be understood. So much about feminists, so much about Blackness is extraction, and our relationship to the market, our relationship even to each other, our relationships inside of work, were drawn from care work or, so I've been trying to figure out ways to free myself while also understanding that my tongue is trapped, like the act of articulation, even me speaking in this cadence, with this twang, in this English, I'm signifying something. The past is in my mouth. English squats in my mouth. I dream in English. I love you so much, baby.
Um, so yeah, I've been thinking a lot about the tongue, but what I love about just that poem about, and also just generally the word like, wow, is how you take image and then you live with it. You don't have to know what you mean by these, but if you know, you know, you know. And when and when you say things, when you associate snakes and water from a Xhosa standpoint, like you are saying something just because you're writing in English. There's that like terrible conversation, but it's a beautiful conversation. It's terrible because it plays in my mind all the time between Chinua Achebe and Wetsiongo. And yeah, inside you there are two wolves. You have like Chinua on this side saying that, I mean, English is an African language because I'm an African woman, I'm speaking it. Everything that comes out of my mouth is African and queer because a queer African is doing it. And then on the other side, there's the thing who say, okay, but our indigenous languages, so much is lost in translation, so much is lost, excuse me, that can't be articulated in English. And there is that loss, I think, is generative instead of being the space of like, oh, we'll never. I think that there's something to be, you can write from a space of grief and silence. And your work is so soaked in that. It's so delicious to encounter. So yeah, tons vibes.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that work into this conversation. I actually opened the book with I'm standing in the middle of the road trying to drown out my mother's voice. And I think in talking about tongue, in talking about finding your own tongue and trapped in many paradigms and dimensions and things. I don't know why I'm feeling nervous. Can we just like collectively take a deep breath? Because I feel like I'm holding my breath and I'm just aware of the fact that. So just indulge me for a second. Okay. So this thing about language, language and this body, this tongue in this body, is that yes, of course, we know that English is an anorexic language. It's colored and made fuller and richer by the fact that we live with it. We bring ourselves to it. We bring all the colors, the rainbows, we bring the snakes and the bees and the water to it. And I'm very interested in how I am able to, now that I'm not in Mrs. Hill's class, I am able to write full sentences in lowercase. I'm able to turn that language inside out. And I'm able to experiment in ways that feel natural to me, but I don't always know the origins of. Or I can't always justify or say I'm doing this because of. Until I find out, oh, I'm writing in fragments. Hey, there's something called the Zuitsu. Have I not been chasing a Zuitsu this whole time? Then I think about the Zuitsu and I think about queerness. Is the Zuitsu not the ultimate way of writing queerness? Because it's bringing in community. I am writing in conversation with Toni Morrison, with bell hooks. I'm writing with Lily Horan. I'm writing with Manero and Danai and Sarah. I'm in conversation with Mama Xaba, always in my language, because all of me is framed by all of that I have encountered, whether I know it or I don't. And so I pour out, I bleed onto everything, and I am never contained. And so for me, I want to see more of us uncontained in books, in films, in everything. I want to be able to, I love reading books where there are other languages and there are words I don't understand, and reading and taking what I understand and then coming back and looking for the meaning of that particular word. And then was what I received anywhere near what was said. Am I anything like what you perceive me to be? Who knows? Am I anything like the way I actually perceive myself? And so I don't really know why I'm saying all of this, but it actually just felt like I needed to say that.
No, I know why you said it, because you're saying the truth. You're spitting facts now. You're saying it. I want to read two things because that's like it's really firing up in my brain now. Firstly, around tongues, and connecting with something that Papa said earlier, and also deeply connecting with Mama's keynote around eros, like the erotic. And that's such a life force in my work, and I used to be so shy about being a horny bitch. Like I used to be so shy about the level of sexual energy and hunger coursing through my intellectual work. Like there is no difference between my body and my brain. That's such a Western colonial, but particularly Cartesian. Like they call it a bitch for that shit. Like of separating the body and the brain, of separating man from nature, when we understand that there is no separation, all bodies are always bodies. So I want to read two things. First, an excerpt from a piece that Mama has also asked all of us about, like these long, beautiful, effusive interviews that you did for the Johannesburg Review of Books. What joys! And then yes, truly. I mean, I missed my deadline 3 times. Mama was so mad at me, but I was just so taken with being read and taken seriously. It's such a shock when somebody reads you intensely, and you asked Mama Bangile about me, like you were gossiping about me, and it was amazing to read this and this answer that you gave. I like sometimes I read it to like see, it's just beautiful. You said the question was, you were asking about points of convergence and divergence between our work, because we were also before very lucky to kind of talk and have our 2 books meet in a peaceful News 24 called Everything is Red Cotton, and it's paywalled. And I love also the way that you were just like, oh, here's this article, but it's paywalled and I haven't accessed it, but here it is, it exists. I was like, yes, just name it, because why is it behind a paywall, But yes, you said, I think one of the main points of divergence is that Manoa is in conversation with their reader, whereas I am not even sure if the words are coming out of my mouth, or if I'm even awake. And there is a romantic air about Manoa's work, the language, the flowers, the colors, the eros, even the shadows. The moments are romantic, so we differ quite drastically in style. And it was so beautiful to be seen and to be read and to be romanced like that. So yeah, I wanted to read that, and then to speak about tongues. I was hyperfixating on the word tongue for a while, and one of the ways that I think I get out a lot of my very hyperactive energy is to write very complicated poems, just very, very strict poems. I enjoy a strict tone in my life, and poetry is very much like that. It's like, here are the rules. But I also love to play and queer with when someone tells me this is the only way to do something. I'm like, sure, but like, how can I clear it? Like, how can I and I wrote this Sistina for a drama called Egg. And it's my sexiest poem to date. And now I want to top it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, and what's cool about a Sistina is you have to pick 6 words that you fixate on, and you turn them around in this poem machine. And what I love about the Sistina is that it was uniquely designed for me, I think, because you start off on the periphery, and I like to waffle and waffle and waffle. I like to kind of finesse and show off, especially when I'm avoiding something difficult. And this poem is about something difficult, but I want to impress you with my language first. And then I get to the heart of something. And I was so surprised when I got here. It hurt me, but I loved it because pain can be really sexy sometimes. So this is big. This is being a photo. Notice too. Once ago, I swallowed a blood blossom and inked myself alive. Dipped in memory. Everywhere, we puffed like owls, backed as this new song of myself, unharmonied and honeyed as the past. If I gave it to you, where would you tuck my tongue? From the navy vista of your pocket, teach it how to say yes. Twice, teach it doubly to say, please yes. Ignore my shyness. This dance is double blossom span. Does my shame govern me? Yes. Send your tongue to me regardless. To your poem. There, let hunger be tethered as an anchor. Pass between the triptych shadows of myself, pre-pained in night. Let me sing myself tongued into your mouth. Let every song say yes to you. Soaked as I am in the past, I've been known to write a blossom into blood blooming. Yet everywhere in the nation of my mind, the ray of your tongue forges me open, pens me open. Tongued in a new language, blood beats itself bruised, rushing to you. Delicious as a rain. Words shed their skins quickly when you talk. When you say yes, cities of doubt crumble into blossoms of light. I'm trying to talk to you, but the past is a gag. Slick, sometimes silence, passed down, hereditary. History sucks as a segue. Is not the corridor of blossoms we were promised in school consoling us with blood pages and lunchboxes sealed with promise? Yes. Our mothers will never know us like this. There is no country safe enough for this world. There could never be. Who could ever defend the border of the past? Please, let me hear the of yes, a prayer in black tongue, an ocean of myself, and many bladed blossom. Make me a time. Show me myself, flesh gated by teeth and promises, white as blood.
So, since my mother's passing, I felt her. There's no place she doesn't touch now. You know, I'm also constantly draped in her clothes and her jewelry and her book, so it's partly my invitation. This is like this to the thing she made up, but I'm also thinking. So in one way, the length and full of your poems, my poems often run long, and then I was thinking of the translation. When Sandra was translating the poem, I failed to remember it. It's one line. I won't take a lover who does not know how to use their tongue. And when she was doing the translation, and not only was it into the Portuguese, and she's thinking tongue, so she used tongue as language, the Portuguese word, but also the connotation was a leader that is a hetero Maputo person going through that question of language and tongue, but also the body in a way that perhaps was in a connotation, but not in a connotation. And I'm going to come, I guess, partly back to, I cried when I saw that interview because I'm really want to interview like that. It's the interview we deserve and we really get. I don't know when people get told how to do that because that was wild. It was, and for me, I get to get like, oh my gosh, you could see me because I often feel completely, I don't often feel, I speak more to AI about myself than to humans, to be honest, like I'm not even lying. Because I'm like, oh, at least you know about thoughts that make sense to me because it's a language I can recognize or I can hold the effort sometimes because of what comes out of my mouth. Which is fine. That was, but also I also love the lack of seeing, like for things that need to be seamless, including asking the question, well, tell me more about this one, this part, this part, like the whole time to what are tensions that matter, also tensions that matter with the kind of circulation of persons, the obligations of it, but also how they English is coming. How they not just its confines, but also what it obscures. So when things enter a certain public and circulate, including when the person becomes someone people know without knowing them, and then we all presume to know them. That sort of over familiarity that also can allow people to get away with such strange things, which we're just poking to like, tell me more, but not. And then having a language to talk through, like what does it mean to put the questions you have in your forms, like in a dialogue. And I think I'm coming to the circle. The circle is coming. What it means to occupy, like I'm a very shy, introverted person who has a difficult time having eye contact, but I find myself in situations such as this, for example. But it also isn't as simple as that. I think I'm trying to remember the poem that I was referring to this, trying to trace the kind of genealogy of women artists and their representational capacity. People we become over familiar with because we can, but also then there's a interaction to say what would it mean to hold value to this? What does it mean beyond being disappointed when you meet someone, which is also often what happens. And then also the fact that there's not a lot of room for multiple kinds of feelings. Maybe this is also what you capture, that people can have a density of feelings, but often the critical vocabulary of just empathy for yourself is lacking for us to deal with anything on our own inside, let alone in relation to other people outside us. So with all of that projection and the way that you hold all of us in those interviews, but also I want to also then come back to this way. I mean, I had to learn a lot of literary devices to teach this work. That word that you're saying now, people will tell me, I know these things, I don't. I'm like, my parents worked out for me to have English, but I'm not going to have it. But teaching literature was never my family. I was going to be a microbiologist. It happened upon me. Because of purpose or also just being so stubborn I couldn't stick around for certain things. So I'm learning often, but I insist also on precision. So it's this weird lack of commitment, but an insistence on precision, but also I'm also Sistina, which means I've said all these extra words to be like, because they're all companions. You're not just speaking to a reader or speaking these dialogues, but they're not always even or celebratory or tracing something that means that, like, it's like, or also to be like, if I don't think then I'm doing because now I can't relate to anybody. So those are all the things. So I'm just, so the tools, but also being alone.
I mean, also, the beautiful thing about formal precision for me is that it's also a way of like, there are containers for all of my myths. Like the glossa or the form in my book that I like return to a lot, which is just like this way, it's like a glossa. I love to be a nerd. A glossa is a poem in which you take 4 lines or quatrain from anywhere. It could be a serial box, it can be a text, it can be a sext, it can be anything. And you take the 4 lines and you expand them and you kind of dance with them and you create and write around them in this beautiful call and response sort of thing. I discovered it from this really beautiful collection called Where the Words End and My Body Begins by Amber Dawn, a queer Canadian sex worker, teacher, bad bitch, like just a fantastic woman and a teacher, also teaches at the University of British Columbia on water. And I was so taken by how busy the book was, because it wasn't just her poems, it was the poems that she was in conversations with So I very often went on little rabbit holes trying to find where these lines were. I was like, oh, and then it became a community. I understood more about her from what she was choosing and how she was choosing and how she was dancing her voice between these four things. So I was like, I want to do that, but I want to do that with people that make me feel less lonely. One of them sitting here, one of them being our host. And Obana wrote a Facebook post. Ooh, that tells you how old this is. Ooh. Kobana wrote this beautiful breakup post, like just this painful, gorgeous four-liner called Disappearing Acts. And I was taken. I remember I was crying in front of my laptop, it just there, into my cereal. And I was like, wow, this is so beautiful. I want to dance myself around this. Also because writing is so lonely. Like it's just you know? And I was like, okay, I need a container where someone can hold me. And I don't like being alone. I don't think we're meant to be alone as people. And capitalism is really pushing us apart and atomizing us and really entrenching a culture of loneliness into our bodies even. So I wanted to also just write against that and puncture that kind of silence, the silence I was sitting inside of when I was begging this book to be born. It was so painful. Like I want to cry thinking about it. But I felt that Kopana was in the room with me when, yeah. So I think I should actually read this poem because I cry. Oh my God. So Kopano starts. Tell me where I can put you down. I've written the sky from midnight to dawn and carried you all the way to morning, and I'm tired. So I take up on his word and I expand it into this poem called Tophilia Grey. And Tophilia Grey is the Latin word for a really cool flower called the skeleton flower. And it's the kind of flower that when it gets wet, it turns from white to clear. You can see it in my glass. And which is quite intensely in the poem. It's about the first time I learned the words for what happened to me with a therapist in Canada. At second session, I hold a glass plate in my hands, translucent and gold as the Hogama, ornamental as apology. Its mass reminds me of my own grief and how it is still too sharp to swallow. My first therapist is calm and polite. She wears green to taunt me, so I break her plate. Barely blinking, she unwraps a parcel and offers it to me instead of anger. Sensing how taxonomy is both sanitary and shield, she gives me 4 words for what happened to me in the room. Tell me where I can put you down like this. Shards and image that will bind your sin in ink and amber. Add this to your extended list of reparations. I intend to connect everything I owed. The scarred stomach is testimony, and this grammar is a set of relationships between structures of language at the eye level of every sentence. They will bear witness. I know what it means to be time's own shattering. I've written the sky from midnight to dawn in close pursuit of an exorcism, only to summon the smoke of my own shame. This shoot surprised me as a match. I am writing in English. In the beginning, I hand my therapist beads to protect you and handfuls of my own teeth. You knew not what you did. You were led by the wrist across the border. You were jealous of the man sleeping in my heart's watchtower, and I deceived you and carried you all the way till morning into the night room with the poison candy floss of my charm. Of course, it was my fault. I break myself at the same time. I'm less fragile than a gold water plate, but I break with the same spectacular sound. I am made of something more precious than glass. I'm looking for words now. I'm tired.
So, community, because community, and coming to writing in community. I fell in love with this book because it gives me community, because writing is lovely. Friends that you choose are writing in community, drawing from each other. And it's true, you know, I grew up with Janet Fitch's words, loneliness is a human condition, kind of entrenched in me until I heard Minnesota when she that it's part of the seed as a kappa. You know, we don't when we don't go alone, we go together. And so I think also about what you're saying about having multiple languages for our multiple selves, encountering people in their multiplicity, being disappointed because you don't have the language for the other parts of them that you see, and the way in which that interview had me undone because to ask me about a poem that I wrote when I was much younger, I found it devastating and horrible. and no, thank you. but I had to be like, oh, why did you have to ask me that? Because you know, and we've had many lives, guys. We have lived many lives. Coming back to community, I'd like to read two things, if that became the same about me. This first part is part of this essay, and it's called on pronouns after Bettina Judd. I, she, we, us, me, our, mama, this body, Gogo, Dadibao, Magazi, Nakulu, is Vangeli Danjo, a poet, healer, publisher, another activist, friend, queer, black women among the now living, also collectively, the we no longer breathing. Sometimes, Vangeli Danjo, I, she, we, us, me, our, mama, body, Gogo, Dadibao, Magazi, Nakulu, is a hamster in a cage, in a wheel, and sometimes she is her grandmother's child. I'm going to read this poem because I feel like my body scrawls herself out onto my daughter's face, says she is a temple, says she is something sacred, something the Bible painted on a white page, something searching, incoherent, in pursuit of a virtuous woman, searching inside the feeling. There is a hole, and my hand is a space like a hole to find a husband found illness instead. A Donbass, a man with a promise and a fist and a hard penis, found a train of blue beads leading to a turquoise hat in her father's house, brother's house. His body is in the house, has no husband, is laying on a black floor with a chimney. This body is over 2 centuries old, as a 15-year-old girl inside an elbow. What was she thinking? Listening to the wind. What did the wind really say when she told him to kill and kept her? Now her daughters are whoring in Johannesburg without a language in their mouth. Some went across the ocean, some drowned, and men, they are whoring too. Her sons have no fathers, have broken hearts and reddened knuckles, have white teeth and soft lips. Her sons are liars, and her broken heart. This body is becoming stone, rock, Imbogodo rolling up a hill, starting a fire, printing papers, fighting a war. This is a war, not a metaphor, a real war, with guns and dead bodies and sometimes a funeral. This is also a war. Girl found chopped up in a plastic bag, another taken at a post office. This body is ugly, male, dark, fat body. This body should be smaller, more stealable, desirable, worth killing, with a hashtag at least. This body should know that no one writes on landscape. This body is tired of being tired, tired of being tired, tired of being tired, tired of being a cliche. This body will crack her own skull open in search of the temple, in search of Proverbs 31, in search of any scripture that did not arrive by water. This body is no longer lying, struggling to remember her way home. Her beads have been taken by the wind, the same wind that stole the cattle and her child's father. This body is a ravenous stomach with acid reflux. This body is sick. This is not a metaphor. She's sick. The doctors say it's fibroids, say her mother gave her an STD, sexual, spiritual, SSTD. Say she must be cut open. This body has been cut open enough. This body is the product of C-sections and systematic sterilization, black memory, unresolved trauma, and silence. This body is made by the Lord. The Lord is faithful. The Lord is loving. The Lord is disappointed. Write nothing of the guardians of the Lord. Use only the source we provide. Read only the books we give you. Speak only the language we teach you. You heathen body, listen. Go back to the beginning. You remember too much to be here. Start again. The Lord is shepherd. You shall not want. He leadeth you into white waters. He delivers you from you must know you are nuclear now. A full sentence, a single line stanza, reference to in late 1652. Can you not see your body is naked? This body says bed instead of bird, cannot speak English, must be stupid. The stupid, illiterate grandmother. Thank the Lord for the clever English teacher. Reference author George Schmidt, date 1757. This body is written by the victor. This body can no longer cross her legs, will no longer be quiet when she comes. This body carries drums in her feet, carries drums in her chest, grows a drum out of her whoring fingernail. This body is fresh out of comments to give, has no more brackets to hide her nakedness. This body loves women, this body loves men, this body is narrative, is lyrical, is strange, is odd, is free, is made in the image of the Lord.
Woo! Nice part.
Now I want to do a last. Is also part of the demand for some of the loneliness that I do really value. To also think about what happens when your body is soaked, to the extent that it's slow and it has to be in that loneliness. For me, I'm loving my loneliness a little bit. My friend recently said to me that maybe I'm so good enough that I should write some poems. So that was recent advice from my AI friend, who said like maybe it's time to write some poems. Very supportive, wise friend. Yeah, tells me in street water. But I want to hold some of Manala's questions about a kind of present. There's I think visibility and a kind of maybe a kind of positivist, you say it that way, but also it has its imperatives for some aspects of questions of justice. Some things we can be present for, but other times they can also do harm. So I don't have a prescription on how to become present to, because it always relies on the situation and its context and its need, at least in my own choice of actions. But sometimes also the isolation. And for me, my single mother, so I think finding balance. My mom was like that. Everybody was like, oh, that person I lost her a long time ago because of what is demanded for our presence. But also because it is also the imperative to be an extension. That I think sometimes can lead to people to be so extended that it's hard to find them. So I wanted to go back into not the ice, but to say that thing that's soaked, that is also the falling in love like the other that can also be deeply lonely, but also comes to the question of the demand for presence. That also beckons the set of questions here. Also that one too must have the obligation of purpose. You cannot simply be enough. And if that is the question, then one has to just simply accept what's, I don't believe inside outside, but certainly there's food inside. In as much as there's enough, there's a same fear of the other. I don't know if any relation with the other is not bound by the fear of the self side that sounds horrible. But I'm like, I mean, I'm like, what am I saying? So I mean, I don't like yesterday. It was like, oh, some people really love romantic love, and then I'm there singing some songs by accident while sending my child on single serve lasagna, and I was like, oh, look at me seeking relation to the world. It's an aporia, but what room is there for that when one must always be looked at?
As you were talking, I kept hearing James Baldwin's insistence. That's also been something that I've come back to, and it's like become a mantra for me. But he says that everything that you are looking at is also you. Everything that you are looking at is also you, which seems like a simple thing, but is not a simple thing, especially in a country like this one, especially when we are taught and have internalized and externalized this sort of act of separation, separateness, that we're so good at it that it doesn't have to be in the air for it to be in the air. And I've been thinking, yeah, sure, Valentine's Day is like a beautiful opportunity to think about the ways in which capitalism captures this and the co-optation of the other. That I am another boy, like in my core. And I think it's because of that deep, radical, almost horrifying statement that everything that I'm looking at is also me. Yeah, I think that's all I have to offer at the moment, because I'm still thinking it through.
You know, it's a strange thing to be a writer and to also be a performer. On the one hand, of course, seeing on the other hand, perfectly. And there are so many ways in which I have, because this is how I'm thinking. But I think when I was growing up, there was this woman called Slowakian. Slowakian was a village girl, like that's how people describe her. She had 12 children, and she drank a lot, and she worked very hard, and she fed her children by going to every single function and washing all the pots and cleaning them, taking all that food and feeding her children, and her children were fed. And then she was taken by the river. And I remember in the ways that people would talk about this woman as this village drug, this whoring village drug. And I remember thinking to myself, come to Kiron, that's all she'd say, come to Kiron. And then she would wash all the pots that nobody wants to wash. And she would still feed her children. And I think about this Lotoni who carried a baby on her back from the tar road all the way to our home, which is a distance of about 2.5 kilometers. And the scorching sun, and didn't realize that her son had died on her back. And only found out when she got to the house. And how she still managed to then raise 2 other children. And then how her other son was shot by his girlfriend's lover. And she had to go and fetch him and bury him. And then how her daughter kidnapped her and locked her up in a house so that she could use her SASA card. And then my grandfather had to go fetch her after months of being locked inside the house. And how now she doesn't eat anything that she doesn't cook herself. She'll take a carrot, only if you're not looking. She'll get a closed bottle of cool drink if she can see that no one is looking. Because she's really being watched. And this is these are all these women who have had such incredible love, filled with so much living and dying and breathing and still finding breath. And I think about the freedom they have had to go mad. And I have come to terms with the fact that I am okay with being a mad woman. And so what you see is what you see, what you get is what you get. You see it today, I'm like this, you see it tomorrow, I'm like that. But alongside these women having experienced my own life and giving my experiences permission to be the experiences I've had, I've survived, I've lived through the joys, the aches, the scars, all of it, the blood. I am okay with being the mad woman in the room. And so I can't hide it, and sometimes I do, but it's not hiding. It's I want to be alone. I choose quiet. I choose space alone. And sometimes I'm out and I'm loud, and I'm roaring, and I'm uncontrollable and ungovernable. And I'm just, pouring fountain. And sometimes I'm just a trickle in the stream. That's what you do. So I think the world has eyes. And 2025 has even more eyes because there's a fucking internet, cameras on your phones that are off. And all of a sudden I'm thinking I want pizza and I'm seeing an advert for pizza. And it's like, everyone is always listening, something is always listening. And I'm still breathing. And I'm not going to stop just because you're watching or you're listening. So fuck it, you get what you get. I've been thinking a lot about beauty and listening to you speak that I encountered this definition of beauty that, let me read it when we can talk, by Saidiya Hartman. She says that beauty is not a luxury, rather it is a way of creating possibility in the space of enclosure, a radical act of subsistence, an embrace of our terribleness, a transfiguration of the given. It is a will to adorn, a proclivity for the barak, and the love of too much. And I think that for Black femmes specifically, beauty is deeply connected to madness, is so touched by that. And when I think about, one of my favorite poets in the world who I was very lucky to be taught by, it's Juliana Kopitek. She wrote this really fantastic, very slim novel, book, collection of poems called 100 Days. And her entire idea was that she wanted to write about the Rwandan genocide. She's Ugandan, and the daughter of a very famous Ugandan poet, Kopitek. And she was also scrolling one day, and she found the work of Wangechi Mutu, a Kenyan artist. And Wangechi was doing this thing of every day for the Rwandan genocide, creating a piece of art. And the genocide went on for 100 days. And in an act of, I would say, Black femme pairing, Black femme beauty, she said, for every piece of art that you create, I'm going to write a poem for it. And what results is this beautiful collection, 100 Days. And the poem that sticks out to me is the one that ends the collection. And she goes from day 100 to day 1. She moves backwards in time. And the first day she says, it was beauty that betrayed us first. That in the morning, after the first blood, after neighbor, after people that are closer to each other than they are to others, the orchestrators of this terrible genocide.
these foreign powers, these Western imperial powers that are all that with clean hands, always invisible, blameless, but deeply involved. You know? They weren't the ones doing the killing, but they were the ones doing the killing. And to start a connection with beauty and to say that it was beauty that betrayed us first. And as someone who is blessed with quite a bit of beauty, right? I think about beauty in this way of a transfiguration of the given, of an embrace of our terribleness, because I use beauty like an instrument. I use it like a tool, like a language. It's common to me. And the terms under which I am listening to is deeply connected to a perceived kind of beauty, but it's also that it's like what Baldwin is getting at is like what you are looking at is also you. Yeah. I think about beauty, madness, and death, and how so tied they are inside of Black life. And I really do love the ways in which you turn that. I really do love that. In your way to feeling an ugly. I mean, feeling an ugly. The connection. And one that I think that I go back to, because I think that you're asking us to think about ugliness structurally, systemically, but also deeply connected to affect all the time. And I think it's very difficult in a moment like this to understand beauty as a force, as a language, and not one that asks us to name and to separate those who are beautiful and to then reserve them from violence, or to reserve very specific kinds of violence because they are beautiful, but to say that beauty is a current. Beauty and ugliness are deep currents that are so connected to the ways in which the old world is formed and so deeply structured to kill us eventually. And I think that those of us that hold beauty, the hotness of it, the ugliness of it, the terrible beauty of everything, are doing something that is changing the very fabric of the way that we understand all of it. That's why they're killing poets in Gaza. That's why they killed Pakade. Because not just because he was dangerous, because he was telling the truth and exposing a regime. Poets are the ones that touch and know how terrible beauty really is. And that even with blood in the ground, there are beautiful things. And it's beautiful between us.
I guess say
I didn't realize when I was behind that I was reading, so what to say. Yeah, and I took it. I'm gonna rant it a lot, but I think the only difference today is that I won't be ashamed of the dark day. And it is because it has been so fast. It is because it is because of everything that I've heard here, each and every single one of you. I think also being a spiritual person, it comes with a lot. It comes with a lot of confusion, someone said. That's true. It comes with a lot of not knowing. But I don't know, there's a point where you get comfortable with that. And then there's a point where you kind of make peace with the fact that you don't always know. And I'm someone who likes mathematics and someone who likes economics, and these things are very structured, very logical. And so a lot really gets me a lot. But I think what I'm trying to say is thank you, and even those 2 words don't even begin to actually portray how I'm feeling inside. Thank you for the vulnerability that you spoke about, and to see it now also in stage. And yeah, thank you for the words. Thank you for the emotions to every single one of you. I know you were shy, and maybe this was very comfortable for you, but still, you are here and you're speaking to us, you're asking questions, you're, you're here, you're all here, and I'm greatly grateful for it. So thank you to all of you.
Hi, good. My name is Jamil, and this is another iteration and expression of gratitude. While also telling you a story, and story is about me. I met Vanille in the year 2016, and it was about 4 years of at the time I was a new and I had just started my master's, and at the time I had become alive to the fact that and one of the expressions of that writing at the time was poetry. And there was a poetry that was started by Musanzi Poetry Academy at the time, and I was exploring things, and I entered. And it was the thing about the competition was that the condition was that everybody in the science must be seated. And I entered the competition, and I think, I don't remember, I think it was second or third. But a part of the prize was this, I think it was 6 months of a poetry course that they would offer to us free of charge. And a part of this was, so it was a series of classes that we would attend. And one of it was teaching poetry, but the other was philosophy theory. And one of the poets who came to teach was Sarah Godson, and she brought along Gandhi into one of the classes. It was the first time I ever encountered him. And we had a conversation, so it was actually a theory class. And there was a conversation about revolution and what does it mean to do revolution, or what does being revolutionary mean. And the format of the class was that everybody would, it was a discussion, people would respond. And so somebody responded, and I can't obviously remember exactly what they said, but the framing of it was about love. And the response from me at the time, because I was deeply immersed in the violence of revolution at the time, and to me, this is what it means. And the person spoke about love, and I responded to say, yeah, but you know, it's evolution. When we talk about revolution, it's not just about you know, these nice soft kind of things, it's about factories, all of this. And I really looked at me and she said, thank you for sharing that. But I want to remind you that to love is also a revolution. And it absolutely saved my life. And I wanted to share that with you in this room because it's been a memory that I have of you since I've met you, and I wanted it to become our. And I want you to know that you have saved lives in this world, and one of them is mine. And Vanille and I, besides the public work that we do, we know very little about each other's lives. We don't keep in touch. We don't even have each other's numbers. But whenever I've seen Vanille out, there's been this mutual outpouring of love between us that really for me is a snapshot. And so is this entire experience in this room, a snapshot of a life that I imagined for myself that I had once resolved was very possible. And so I want to thank you for what you mean to me and what you mean to the world. And I want to say to everybody in this room that you now form part of a picture, which is a snapshot in my life that has made it worth surviving for. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. If possible, because we're over time for lunch, but we'll come back to this question after lunch. If it's possible, if you can hold on to it. Yeah? Thank you so much for that. Please hold on to it. We really want to get through, but we also need to eat. We also need to drink. So thank you so much for that. Thank you. Thank you so much to all three of you. I'm in a seminary at the moment, and they say this thing. What's that? We're good. Okay. They say this thing in the seminary about how the ultimate language of God is silence. And I think of what you said, Manoa, in trying to attune to silence and trying to make yourself available to silence. And I think of that as a way of making oneself available to God. And I want to thank you, Vanille, for your correction at the beginning of your name, Kancho, not Kancho, because it makes me think of what Manoa often says to me about how we must become fluent in one another. And that fluency is only available if we invite one another into that intimacy with one another. So thank you for that lesson, the lesson that your life is, the lesson that all your lives are. Deeply appreciate it. We're going to break for lunch now.
Sorry, can I do the last sentence? Just because I want to shout out tonight. To also to what you were saying, and I think to come back to what strategies we also need that are at the heart of the same questions. I think that feelings, like to feel so much and to think so much are not often very far apart. And I think pattern recognition, which sentences and sequences do allow us to make sense of, that is critical. I started we need to look at our methods in terms of what we think of as strategies or around peer representation if they continue to sentence structure the very same sequence of events. I think I wasn't as clear as the sentence I just said, so maybe that was one of the answers. But for me, it came out of people talking about deviance and bringing to deviation in events, where it's like, where does one position the center and strategies outside of a center that cannot hold. And so I think it is probably most strategic in terms of sustaining our conscience as what directs our actions, to stay actively engaged in looking at, and rather than what is to be looked at, to recognizing each moment of pattern recognition, so that is what alerts every action. I think when our actions repeat something on the premise of celebration of a moment, often we celebrate, but I'm always suspicious that when it happens. I think staying aligned with that observation is what is perhaps the thing that must be sustained as a way to keep a conscience for that revolution impulse, for that strategy to make to sleep. So to the gaze observational eye. That's had to repeat.
We will be drawing it after lunch at 2 o'clock. If we can, 5 minutes before already be ambling up, fantastic. But I will give a little reminder. Please enjoy lunch. See you later.
Kisses.
Oh, that's nice. Patience, why do I say Chinese like this? Why when I hear myself, I just want to say something that's what? Experiments.
I experimented.
Like I can't see. Like now I'm looking at like there's someone out there watching me. I don't even know the camera. I was saying that. But like
No, like this. I put that. And then that one. It's not complete. What are you editing? You used to be convinced.
so like
Oh, it's like, yeah, but you didn't go to see.
oh I'm saying yes.
Oh.
What do you call it? So she always had like so yeah, everything about this is
So the stuff.
like they do like I always and no like they do like I understand I mean, like, at least now she died because she did that. I feel like achieving the goal is way harder than it's like if you can say to yourself, I'm gonna, like, 1,000 or 1,000 words a day. The first you write 50, you write 500, 750. Once you hit that 1,000, you become limited. Oh. Like I feel like once you hit 1,000, you wanna maintain 1,000. You wanna do more. It's hard to no, what I mean, I'm saying, excuse me for writing it.
Hold on.
But you run out of ideas.
Okay, I can see it from the tree, right? Like if it has if I'm writing like this,
This was my one actually. I would say the most recent picture. That's like 2022. Yes. But I so like so he like but like even though like so much people would worship I do like it and wow, so committed. But like so like in her house it's something because she was like if look I buy the bed she was only tempted. So she was like everyone who lives under this house. They used to go to like our house. They would once
oh, that's what yeah. I'm gonna
what's wrong with like how he doesn't like chicken up that's all so I'm asking
Hi, Paul.
that's the thing.
So you buy free range chicken?
Guys, free range is you know what free range is?
No.
Free range are the ones that are not even free.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's how chicken. That's not.
So the thing is with my I'm gonna show you to get sick. You know what the problem is? The one that's here. It's the fact that it's like it's the chicken that's in the tray, but it is the it's in the mouth. But then if you go to check or any kind of chicken that's in the tray,
Oh yeah, I can see with that because it does that. And like the pieces.
nothing but yeah, I feel like
People find it like
really like in comparison to other
okay.
and I think it's because they know that we watch and they know that we are the only people who say mainstream.
So yeah.
now I'm gonna be like, oh
They
my
don't
god,
know every other is doing like dog. I hope. No, I need to find someone who goes this because I have anxiety of
well for me, like I want to be for me, like I want to be this to like last week I don't I buy things like this. I buy like outside.
where, yeah.
No, like I used to like when I get paid, I'm like
Yeah, how do you guys find the whole experience, the talk, the opinions, the thoughts, the knowledge? Looking for people who talk to me. I'm like, hello, I know the Steva. I'm looking for people who maybe are willing to do a little interview, just answer 2 questions. We're doing a documentary on playing the games, just as you know, it's like free interventions. So yeah, are you guys keen? Anyone? No one? No is an option. They are on my phone now. I know Angela. But I can circle back with the questions and then you can so is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, I will do that. Oh, back, can I ask your names? I might forget some stuff, but I will try my best to retain. Yeah, it's one of the things. That's what the pictures go. And that's what I was saying.
yeah, but
Tell me.
I can't adjust the sound quality when it's live.
I don't know what we do then. I think it's, yeah, that's why tests and things need to happen. Can we just have this as a lesson for next time? We need to.
Yeah, no, but this is not our. This is not on our side because
Oh.
I did make you listen to the video
Yeah.
that was sent in.
So when you say adjust the sound quality, what would you be doing? Let me mute this. Oh.